And Dabaguli. And Dabaguli. Hello, hello. How are you? Sorry. I'm gonna be eating dinner real quick, and then I've got some stuff to do in the backline. But it's try and be another chill day. While I eat, do y'all want to watch the Funkland again? We can do that. We can watch it while I eat. We're almost done with that. No, we're not. I was gonna say we're almost done with the video he made, and I was like, never mind. No, we're not. I'm a wire. We're not even halfway. Okay, let me pull this out. Hello, you two. Hello, everybody. This wolf. Hold the truck right here. There. Yeah, so who's working on some vtuber homework except for quit. Mình một stack of bang and they're very, very hungry. Like to be hungry too long. Oh. Because mm, 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 worry. No, be too much work. I'm sorry. Busy. The bump back. Look, I'm just having you fails within like the first 3 seconds. Be so funny.
On June 7, 1990, the theme park industry changed forever with the opening of Universal Studios Florida. Much more than an imitation of the industry leader, Universal was a unique experience that had a distinct approach to themed entertainment. The new park attempted to create a grittier and more thrilling experience.
I've been to both these parks. Disney blows away Universal. Easily. Like, very easily Disney blows away Universal. Like, Universal's fun and stuff like that, but Disney was so much more fun when I
And its
went.
predecessors. This was encouraged by the project's executive creative consultant, renowned filmmaker Steven Spielberg. Several of
Hey, Steven
Spielberg's
Spielberg,
blockbuster
guess.
films would serve as the basis for Universal's elaborate attractions. For instance, the E.T. adventure took guests on a flying bicycle ride to E.T.'s home planet, where they were treated to several detailed show scenes and animatronic characters.
That's my favorite guy right there. That guy, yeah.
Spielberg had a large role in bringing the dark ride to life, even appearing as himself in the attraction's pre-show. Spielberg felt that since E.T. was a heartwarming film, guests needed a personal moment with the character in the attraction. Ride designer Peter Alexander suggested that at the end of the ride, E.T. should be able to say the guest's name as he waved goodbye. Spielberg loved the idea, and Alexander and the creative team set out to devise a way to pull off the unique interactive climax. The moment was set up in the ride's pre-show.
This is what we call a closed set, so you'll need this special pass to enter. Please give your first name to one of the stagehands, and he'll give you a pass.
According to engineer Steve Alcorn, the computer system had 8,000 possible names, all of which were recorded by E.T.'s original voice actress, Pat Welsh. After the team members selected the guest's name, they would hand guests their passport. These cards had a barcode, and before boarding the ride, guests would hand them to an operator. The operator would scan the cards, which automatically paired the name the guest provided to their ride vehicle. The resulting effect became one of the most iconic moments in all of theme parks, and an incredible, if brief, character interaction. Not only was the experience
kinda
impressive,
cute.
but it created a unique emotional moment between the animatronic and the guest, assuming that the guest didn't just meme it.
That's funny.
Just a few years after opening, Universal Studios Florida was proving to be a massive success, and in late 1993, management announced that the park would expand into a full-scale resort, with several hotels, a shopping district, and a second theme park. 6 years later, on May 28, 1999, Universal Islands of Adventure held its grand opening ceremony. The new park was a different take on the theme park experience. Rather than having several lands focused on general themes, such as adventure, or locations, such as New York, Islands of Adventure was composed almost entirely of areas based on a single intellectual property. Franchises such as Jurassic Park, Dr. Seuss, and Marvel Comics were given dedicated, immersive themed lands with multiple attractions.
Keep that in mind. Novi comics, not Marvel movies. Novi comics.
The rides themselves were also innovative and ambitious experiences. One of the park's highlights could be found on Marvel Superhero Island. The Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man was a motion simulator dark ride hybrid that was a mind-blowing experience for audiences at the time of its opening. The ride's creation was led by show producer Scott Trowbridge, one of Universal Creative's rising stars. Trowbridge had a passion for immersive storytelling and pushing the medium of theme parks forward. The stories found in Marvel Superhero Island's attractions would spill out into the land, with live performers acting out staged interactions. Unique character experiences could be found in other areas of the park as well. In Jurassic Park, the Triceratops encounter gave guests the opportunity to view and even touch a 24-foot-long animatronic dinosaur. This complicated robotic creature was capable of moving its head and mouth, stomping its feet, blowing smoke out of its nostrils, and even urinating. In the Lost Continent area, an interactive fountain, named the Mystic Fountain, spoke to guests and shot water at them. The experience was remotely operated by a performer, and the encounter was a surprising and fun addition that delighted guests.
I'm glad you came to see me. Now, what's going on with these three stooges here in front of me?
After the opening of Islands of Adventure, Scott Trowbridge was elevated to Vice President of Universal Creative. One of his first significant projects under the new title would be Revenge of the Mummy, an indoor roller coaster based off of the Mummy film franchise that was set to open at both Universal Studios Hollywood and Universal Studios Florida. Continuing his interest in immersing guests, the new ride would combine dark ride-style story scenes with a thrilling roller coaster, complete with multiple launches and track switches. Revenge of the Mummy was another massive hit for Universal Studios, and the attraction led to an attendance boost for both of Universal Orlando's parks. However, the following year, attendance dipped, which industry experts attributed to a lack of new, exciting experiences. Despite adding groundbreaking attractions to the parks, Universal Orlando's attendance was stagnant. Universal Studios Florida and Islands of Adventure performed decently well, but neither had been able to reach the success of any one of the industry leaders' 4 Central Florida parks. By 2005, this gap was widening at a rapid rate. and Universal needed another hit attraction to turn the tide. Lucky for them, the industry leader had just made a potential major misstep. When beloved billionaire author mid-2000s J.K. Rowling was looking to create a theme park experience based on her best-selling fantasy series Harry Potter, she initially entered into serious discussions with the industry leader. After being underwhelmed by their plans and failing to secure creative control over the project, Rowling turned to Universal Creative, who were more than happy to meet her demands in order to secure the rights to the franchise. Trowbridge and his team
Definitely one of the biggest fumbles in Misc WAWA TIME. Back then, this was like if Disney didn't buy Star Wars.
developed concepts for the land alongside the production designers of the Harry Potter films, which at the time was wrapping up production on the 5th entry in the series. Universal's Harry Potter Land, officially named the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, was set to open at Islands of Adventure in 2010. The addition would lead to one of the single greatest shifts in the theme park industry, arguably the most clear turning point since that man opened that park in Anaheim in the mid-50s. Trowbridge oversaw the early creative development and announcement of the project, but he would not see it through construction. Just 4 months after the Harry Potter Land was announced, Trowbridge left Universal Creative to join the industry leader's design firm. He would bring with him his focus on next-generation experiences, and when combined with the ongoing projects of both his old and new company, Trowbridge would play an instrumental role in the theme park industry shifting its focus to a single word: immersion. On October 1st, 2006, the Disney parks kicked off a new promotional event named the Year of a Million Dreams. As part of the festivities, Disney randomly gifted park guests a slew of special prizes, including exclusive pins, fast passes, park tickets, and even vacation packages. To add to the giveaways, Disney created a few specially themed hotel suites at Disneyland and Walt Disney World for the purpose of gifting selected families with a stay in these one-of-a-kind rooms. This included the creation of the famous Cinderella Castle Dream Suite, allowing special guests the ultimate exclusive experience, the opportunity to spend a night inside of Cinderella Castle. A lesser-known hotel room created for the Year of a Million Dreams was at the Disneyland Hotel, where a new large suite would be created, themed exclusively to Mickey Mouse, and appropriately named the Mickey Mouse Penthouse. This elaborate suite answered the age-old question: what if Mickey Mouse was a bachelor with terrible design instincts and a huge ego? Every square
That's really
inch of the
funny.
penthouse was themed to the mouse. Mickey let you know when the phone was ringing. He turned off the lamp before you went to bed. He even handed you toilet paper when it was time to wipe. But most impressive of all, Mickey would appear in the mirror in the foyer and interact live with guests. But this was not a virtual puppet like Crush or Stitch. This was something else. Due to this interaction being exclusive to the Mickey Mouse Penthouse, there's very little documentation on the experience. Only a few photos and videos are known to exist. From these, it appears that the Mickey Mirror worked similarly to Epcot Center's Smart One, except rather than only being able to recognize the words yes and no, the Mickey Mirror took advantage of modern vocal recognition technology and was able to understand practically any word spoken by guests. Still, the result was not an open-ended or even fluid conversation. While the program could understand a wide vocabulary of words, the interaction was based on a strict dialogue tree. At any point when the guest was speaking, Mickey was only listening for a few specific words or phrases to trigger the progression of the interaction. It appears that Mickey had two categories of activity: trivia and jokes.
Trivia game. Oh boy, let's play a trivia game.
Also, side note, in this video, the visual component of Mickey doesn't appear in the mirror for some reason.
Show your face. Ready?
During the game, Mickey asked trivia questions that had a singular, specific answer.
What's the name of the little girl who became Mike and Sully's friend? Boo.
Hmm.
Whoa, you scared me. You're right.
After about 2 minutes of animation trivia, Mickey asked the guests if they would like to move on to Disneyland trivia, and this is how the guests respond.
Yeah, sure. Hell yeah. Yes. Yes. So, feeling brave, are ya?
This moment reveals a limitation of the Mickey Mirror, as Mickey clearly has trouble understanding synonymous responses to the exact reply that he is looking for. It is understandable that Mickey doesn't respond to the way this guest says hell yeah, but Mickey also fails to recognize the word sure as an acceptable response synonymous to yes. Just like Smart One, Mickey would not directly tell the guests that they were wrong. While Smart One took the blame himself, Mickey chose a different approach, a strategy sometimes referred to as soft correction. Instead of bluntly telling guests that they were incorrect, Mickey would simply state the correct answer enthusiastically, making no reference to the guest's failure.
What's the name of the great big roller coaster at Disney's California Adventure?
Supreme Scream. No.
California Screamin'.
From a social up,
That's really funny. That is really, really funny.
this resulted in a more fluid interaction, and it preserved Mickey's kind and gentle nature by avoiding the scenario in which he would have to reject or refute a guest. At the end of the video, Mickey asks guests where they could find their laughing place, and the guests have a total whiff. Despite this, Mickey tells them that they were right, in a strange moment that completely breaks the interaction.
Laugh Factory? We don't know.
Oh, not bad. In what year did Walt Disney open Disneyland?
Laugh Factory.
The other existing footage of the magic mirror showcases Mickey telling one of his jokes, and in this video, the screen is working. Mickey begins to tell a knock-knock joke, and the program is clearly waiting for the guest to say who's there. When the program cannot recognize the guest because of the background noise, Mickey repeats himself several times.
Knock, knock.
Who's there? Who's there?
Okay, now you say, who's there?
That's really funny.
After finally recognizing the guest's input, Mickey completes the joke.
Little old lady.
Old lady who?
Gosh, I didn't know you could yodel.
The Mickey Mouse Penthouse Mirror was a fascinating experience. On one hand, the concept felt too ambitious to only be placed in a single hotel room, but on the other hand, the technology was clearly not ready for a wider release. The experience only worked for about 2 years, between 2006 and 2008, before being quietly removed. The Mickey Mirror was
Yeah,
the
it
first evidence
sucks.
in years that Imagineering's research and development was not only considering the potential of autonomous, interactive character experiences, but that they were actively experimenting with them. And as they continued to pursue this breed of artificial life, they searched for new ways to test their technology and methodology on audiences. They would need a wider sample size than the occupants of a single hotel room, but the technology still required a relatively safe environment away from the general public and paying park guests. Luckily, an opportunity soon presented itself. On September 10, 2009, Disney held its first official fan club convention, the D23 Expo. The multi-day event held at the Anaheim Convention Center featured panels and exhibits curated specifically for Disney fans. As part of this event, Disney Parks and Resorts partnered with Walt Disney Imagineering to create an elaborate display dedicated to the future of the parks. Models, blueprints, concept art, and animatronics line the halls of the exhibit space. The display even featured appearances by a few celebrities, and by that I of course mean living characters, including Push the Talking Trash Can, Lucky the Dinosaur, and Wally. But the most notable living character in the Parks and Resorts exhibit was one that was entirely new. Not just a new character, but a new category of interaction, named
Autonomatronics.
Autonomatronics were defined as animatronics that were capable of seeing, hearing, and even thinking for themselves. The Autonomatronics demonstration at the D23 Expo featured 2 new animatronic characters, a robot named Otto and a bird named Gladys. The show began with the nervous Otto recognizing that an audience had formed. The computer attempted to determine how many people were watching the show, and the live estimation was displayed on a monitor behind Otto. This number would determine Otto's reaction, with his response differing slightly depending on the size of the crowd.
Gladys, I can't do this. There are like 25 people out there. Gladys, I can't do this. There are some people out there.
The surly Gladys then made a reference to the time of day of the presentation.
It's still the morning and we got a long day ahead of us.
Gladys coached the cowardly Otto into overcoming his stage fright, encouraging him to look out onto the crowd. Gladys told Otto to search for audience members who were smiling. The screen displayed a camera feed with graphics overlaid to show the computer's live detection software. Otto could recognize individual faces from an audience and determine whether or not they were smiling. Otto scanned the crowd, detecting and confirming a few happy guests. After demonstrating Otto's ability to detect smiles, Gladys told him to move on to hearing. The camera would single out an audience member to approach the microphone, and Otto would ask them their name. On the participant's first attempt to speak, a staged feedback noise was played.
Hi, I'm Otto. What's your name? Whoa,
Feedback. Oh, sorry, we've been having trouble with that microphone.
The audience member would then say their name for a second time, and on this attempt, a humorous pitch shift effect would be applied to their voice.
And your name is?
Whoa. Not what I expected. question.
The computer clipped the guest's name directly from their input, and Otto repeated it several times.
Well, it's nice to meet you. That's fun.
The final part of the show was
That's
a
funny.
demonstration of speech recognition. Otto asked guests what their favorite color was, and his bow tie would then light up in that color.
What is your favorite color? Blue. Blue. Got it. Okay. Watch this. Ta-da!
The autonomatronics
That's cool.
demonstration was one of the first significant research and development projects developed after Scott Trowbridge joined the division. While the presentation was marketed as a continuation of the Living Character Initiative, Otto felt like a distinctly new approach to the concept. Trowbridge had a fascination with game design and experimenting with narrative systems, and this was clearly reflected in the autonomatronics demonstration. Rather than attempting to jump to a fully autonomous, open-ended conversation with an animatronic, the Imagineers chose to create an illusion of autonomy, a scripted show with brief moments of automated interaction. R&D Imagineer Alfredo Ayala concluded that, quote, by never relinquishing control and never stopping for the correct answer, we were able to deliver magical autonomous moments to our guests. According to Asan Hoke, an R&D associate on the project, the presentation might have been put together in as little as 3 months. And while it was an effective demonstration, the show was not without its faults. Otto often could not recognize that a guest was smiling if they were doing so in a subtle or unusual way, and the computer often required guests to produce a big cheesy grin in order for a smile to be detected. Since Otto's voice was not being generated by a computer and had a limited bank of recorded dialogue lines, he was not capable of repeating guest names in his own voice. The solution was to have Otto repeat the guest's pitch-shifted input, which was a humorous way to play off what was ultimately a limitation of the demonstration, and this sometimes resulted in
It's
Otto
cute,
repeating
though.
muffled noise or random words rather than a name. The program itself also seemed to only be able to respond to a limited number of words during the favorite color segment. It could respond to simple colors, such as blue or green, but struggled with more nuanced colors, such as turquoise. The Imagineers programmed Otto to have a failsafe for this segment.
Well, my favorite color is blue. Okay? Watch this. Ta-da!
Despite its shortcomings, the Autonomatronics presentation was a fascinating and well-received part of the Parks and Resorts exhibit. The demonstration was especially compelling within the context of the Disney parks, and the potential ramifications that it could have on existing and future experiences. Trowbridge suggested, quote, imagine riding Pirates of the Caribbean, waving to a pirate, and having the pirate wave back. The possibilities are endless. Trowbridge claimed that Otto could, quote, sense if you're happy, hold conversations, and react. As we've seen, this was true-ish. Each of these claims was demonstrated, but the reality was that 95% of the show was pre-programmed and the same every time. The majority of the charm came from the pre-written dialogue and the pre-recorded performances from the voice cast. Apart from the technology's ability to match the quality of a human performer, the demonstration also seemed to lack certain safeguards, leaving it vulnerable to anything less than a willing and well-behaved participant. For instance, it is unclear what would happen if instead of their name, a guest said an inappropriate word, such as or
Turn him off! Turn him off! Turn him off!
did the program have a list of banned words that it could recognize and refuse, or would Otto just clip the audio and say the participant's curse word, or worse, again and again and again?
That's funny.
That's fun.
The Imagineers understood these issues and the many others that would make implementing autonomatronics into the parks difficult. Still, Trowbridge and the Imagineers were confident. Shortly after Otto's debut,
What is this thing? What is this right here? This, like, a monkey wallpaper? Dan, that's what we're doing? Just put a monkey on the wall? Okay?
the Disney
All right.
Files magazine revealed that, quote, Imagineers are working to introduce autonomatronics characters in new attractions now in development. Trowbridge added, quote, we're not talking about decades into the future. Guests won't have to wait too long to see these characters in action. It's extremely difficult work, but it's equally exciting. A year after Otto's debut at the D23 Expo, a new animatronic character quietly debuted at Disneyland. Imagineering once again took advantage of the park's underutilized Inventions exhibit, setting up a limited-run playtest. The presentation was a new take on a fortune teller machine, featuring a new character named Destiny. During the playtest, guests would insert a coin into the machine, and the Great Destiny would appear from behind the curtain.
Yes. Ah, a film crew. My own reality show is finally taking place. Welcome to my crib.
Destiny was a Minimatronic, a small and light build of animatronic most recognizable as the frame used for Tom Morrow 2.0, the host of Disney Channel's Imagineer That. Destini would have a brief conversation with guests before instructing them to gaze into his crystal ball. The guest's face would be projected onto the ball, and after Destini told them their fortune, a photograph of the guest would be printed out as a souvenir.
Now go forth and tell everyone that you have seen the great and powerful Destiny.
In this playtest, Destini is clearly being controlled remotely and voiced live by a puppeteer. Lasting just 2 days in September of 2010, little information was given on Destini's purpose and what exact technologies were being tested. Destini would appear in Interventions again for another 3-day playtest in January of 2011, with no additional context provided. The next time Destini would be seen was that August, when Disney held its second D23 Expo. Once again, Imagineering Research and Development set up a presentation in the Parks and Resorts exhibit, this time starring the amazing Destini. Unlike the Interventions playtest, this Destini was no longer remotely controlled or voiced live. Rather, he was fully autonomous and capable of carrying out the interaction on his own. While Otto played to a crowd, the autonomous Destini was a much more personal interaction. The presentation was also much shorter, with Destini's experience only lasting around 90 seconds. Using the same basic format as the playtest, guests were handed a coin to insert into Destini's machine. After doing so, Destini opened the curtains and asked the guests their name. After engaging in some quick banter, Destini told guests to gaze into his crystal ball. The 3 main fortunes that the autonomous Destini would assign were that the guests would be super famous,
Because you are going to be super famous.
very rich,
Yes, make sure the riches can find you.
or in love.
Because you're so in love.
The Great Destini was an obvious step up from Otto, and this was most apparent in the difference in presentation. While Otto's backend was integrated into a show, Imagineering isolated Destini's interaction from the displays of his inner workings. This allowed Destini to be presented as a fully realized character, while Imagineers on the other side of the showroom explained the technology used in the interaction. In fact, according to Trowbridge, displaying Destini's processes was not the original plan. He explained, quote, "We had people peering under the booth, refusing to believe there wasn't a human somewhere behind the scenes making him act the way he did. It got to the point where we had to show people the computer screens that were actually displaying these characters' decision-making processes to prove that they really were acting of their own accord." Destini was able to track guests within proximity to him, determine how many guests there were, distinguish between those that were alone and those that were in a group, and detect who was watching the show and who was merely passing by. He could also estimate a person's age, height, and gender. Destini also had a much more robust expression recognition system than Otto, and he was able to determine whether a guest was happy, sad, angry, surprised, dance, or impatient. Wow, he's right.
Dance?
I'm not feeling very dance today. How did he know that? Imagineer Josh Gorin explained that Destini was able to engage in, quote, fully unscripted, live interactive conversations with guests. As with the claims around Otto, this was true-ish. All of Destini's audio was still pre-recorded, most of his movements were pre-animated, and every interaction was more or less the same. It appeared that Destini did track the person he was speaking to and automatically changed his head position to meet their gaze. More than any living character before him, Destini leveraged stimulus-driven reactive branching, in which brief detours in the interaction are activated when the system recognizes something in its environment. This was an effective way to vary each interaction and support the illusion of life, as it basically dedicated a moment to allowing the character to prove its ability to see and hear the guest. While the majority of Otto's...
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of, like, Cleverbot and, like, what was the other one? Like, Eevee or something like that from, like, early 2010s and early 2000s internet. Do y'all remember those? That's what it reminds me of.
autonomous features were timed, pre-planned beats with variation depending on input, Destini's reactive branches would only occur if he noticed something with a certain level of confidence. The most common example of this was when more than one person was engaged in the interaction. If Destini noticed that there were two people interacting with him, he would ask both guests their name.
That you have some people with you. Very good. Hello back there.
Despite utilizing the sophisticated stimulus-driven reactive branching, Destini spent the majority of the time using old-fashioned railroading. The Imagineers cleverly gave Destiny an aggressive, egotistical personality, allowing him to interrupt guests and focus on himself.
I want to know if you know my name. Huh? What is my name?
Destiny.
Destiny! I love the sound of that.
Sometimes this was an intentional and humorous way to keep the interaction moving. Other times it appeared to be a problem with the program, where guests would get a single syllable out and Destiny would move on as if he had understood them.
How do you feel? What are you going to do now that you're so super famous?
Okay, then just be a manual, okay?
Okay, all right. That's fair. It's all right.
Like Otto, Destiny's limited
That lady looked just so offended. Why?
All right. That's fair. It's all right.
Look at her! She's so upset! She's so angry! The mean robot interrupted me. Meh. Meh. The mean robot interrupted me. It topped over me. Meh. She's so mad. I thought that's funny.
Like Otto, Destiny's limited pre-recorded dialogue prevented him from engaging with guests when asking their names.
What is your name?
Damon.
Ah, good. Okay.
Destiny's crowd recognition was also imperfect, and he had a difficult time distinguishing between lurkers and group members.
Ah, yes, I see you are not alone. Who is this over here?
There were also times where the interaction just did not work. Sometimes Destiny would not recognize something someone said, even in a call and response moment in which he asked the guest to say something specifically.
You know what? You can get it only one place. And who is that from?
Destiny.
Say my name.
Destiny.
Destiny!
Destiny's imperfections were expected in something explicitly labeled a playtest, and many of the issues could have been worked out by the Imagineers. But there was an insinuation that they might not have to improve Destiny themselves. The most curious claim that the Imagineers made about Destiny is that he used artificial intelligence, which is a broad term that could be applied to a variety of the technologies that Destiny might have been using. Speech, facial, and expression recognition are all tools that could use processes that would fall under the very wide scope of artificial intelligence. So this does not tell us much. Further,
You're not allowed to say there in Coastla, buddy. It's like you're in your pets who just stare off into the corner.
the Imagineers claim that Destiny learned with each interaction. But again, how? Let's listen closer to how Imagineer Josh Gorin described the technology.
It's actually reading emotion by looking at the expressions on the face. So we're assigning happy values, sad values, angry, surprised, impatient.
Hey, you skipped one.
Destiny also has a short-term memory, so he's looking at faces and remembering them.
So if Destiny stored the facial data of the people that he spoke with in order to recognize a person if they did the experience again, this would satisfy the claim that Destiny was learning from each interaction. But was this the same as improving with each interaction? If you listen closely to what the Imagineers were claiming at the time, it appears that Destiny would learn from the playtest as a whole, because Imagineers were recording the interactions to study later and manually improve Destiny's programming. Still, the touted use of artificial intelligence in the context of character interactions was notable, and it begged an obvious question.
Are you going to pass the Turing test?
The Turing test. That's a good question. You know, I would say that the line of guests with smile on their faces have demonstrated that we've passed the Disney test.
Dang this.
Human beings should be unable to distinguish a machine from another human being by using replies to questions put to Mo. Hasn't there not been a single robot to pass the Turing test? Oh, he recently got passed. Never mind. With like ChatGPT and Wabo. They passed the Turing test. It happened like last year. That's interesting. And like Detroit Become Human, Elijah Kamsky is the only person to make a robot to pass the Turing test. Very interesting.
Guy's good. Otto and Destiny were audacious playtests from Imagineering, and they both gave insight into what Trowbridge and R&D believed the future of interactive characters was. After Destiny's debut, journalist Cyrus Sherrod wrote, quote, For Imagineers, the emphasis now is on creating entirely autonomous agents that blend free-roaming robotic bodies with artificial intelligence, giving birth to characters that are able to wander the parks, telling stories, answering questions, and generally ingratiating themselves with awestruck audience members. This was not merely an idea. It was an endgame to decades of research and development, the final realization of living characters that has been suggested at various points, but when coupled with the progress seen in Otto and Destiny, no longer seemed like a fantasy. Still, even if the technology could be developed, how serious was Disney and the Imagineers about this idea? Otto and Destiny were fun and impressive, but they were stationary animatronics of new, unestablished characters, playtesting in the safe confines of the D23 Expo. Would this class of Imagineers dare to experiment with beloved characters and be comfortable with putting them in front of the general public? Were they, along with management, willing to take that risk? The answer was apparently yes, because while developing the autonomatronic technology, research and development was working on another first-of-its-kind interactive character experience, and they were committed to not letting it remain a playtest. They wanted this character to live in the parks, and the character they chose was a big one. The big one.
The fake cheese!
Universal's announcement of the Wizarding...
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. We got to go clean at my food and stuff like that. Give me 1 second. Hey, so I don't know why YouTube stream dropped for a little bit. It was weird. Oh no, am I delayed? Oh, I think it broke. I think it broke my delay. Okay, Kyrie. Yeah, I think it broke it. Why? But that was that better? Test. I guess this is gonna get. That's weird. I don't know why YouTube stream just like went nuts for a second. I think all of like my computer went nuts for a second. I don't know why, what happened. But it just did. Anyways, I got me some ice cream. Some meat ice cream.
The world of Harry Potter sent shockwaves through the theme park industry, and for the first time in its over 50-year history, the Disney parks felt a true threat, if not to their bottom line, at least to their cultural dominance. Disney knew that they needed some sort of counter to Wizarding World, specifically for their Florida parks, and a new virtual puppetry attraction or a cheap overlay wasn't going to cut it. The details of Universal's Harry Potter project promised to be a new kind of immersive entertainment experience, and this likely pressured the Imagineers to think outside of the box when planning their next project. There was already an obvious spot for development at Walt Disney World. In the Magic Kingdom's Fantasyland, a large underutilized space had existed since 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea Submarine Voyage had closed in 1994. Rumoredly, this plot of land was where Disney intended to put their proposed Harry Potter attraction. After the deal with Rowling fell through, Disney continued to target this area, eventually landing on a reimagining of the entire land. The project, titled New Fantasyland, would add dining venues based on Beauty and the Beast, a Little Mermaid dark ride, and several elaborately themed meet and greet spaces. As rumors of the expansion began to circulate, details of another major project began to emerge, one that was directly tied to the plans for New Fantasyland. Walt Disney World was embarking on what was described as the Next Generation Experience Initiative, which included a reported $1 billion overhaul of Walt Disney World's technology infrastructure. At the center of the project was a multi-purpose wristband with an RFID tag that would serve as the guest park ticket, hotel room key, and more. While the majority of the project was based around unifying the resort's technology systems, there were several auxiliary benefits, including unique storytelling opportunities. From the moment that the news of the initiative broke, it was reported that a major use case of the wristbands would be triggering interactive experiences around the park. Specifically, characters would be able to know information about a guest, such as their name, their birthday, and what attractions they had already visited that day. The development of Next Gen would occur alongside New Fantasyland. These projects, which would cost over $1.5 billion combined, had the potential to introduce a different but equally impressive experience to what Universal was developing with Wizarding World. When the New Fantasyland project was announced at the 2009 D23 Expo, fans were generally excited about the plans, with a few exceptions. Namely, the development would result in the closure of Mickey's Toontown Fair, a popular area that featured the fictional homes of Disney's Fab Five. This was the primary meet and greet space in the Magic Kingdom, the most popular theme park in the world, for Mickey Mouse, the most popular cartoon character in the world. While the announcement of Mickey's eviction disappointed both fans and casual guests, the Imagineers already had something big planned for the Big Cheese. A Mickey...
Do we think SpongeBob was more popular than Mickey Mouse now? What do we think? I don't know, SpongeBob's pretty popular. What do we think? We think SpongeBob wins out over Mickey Mouse, or what's our guess? What do we wager?
Mouse experience that was somehow even more immersive than breaking into his home or staying a night in his penthouse. The most ambitious, perilous, and jaw-dropping character meet and greet ever devised. In May of 2010, reports began to circulate that a new playtest was occurring in Disneyland's Toontown. Imagineering had taken over the Mickey's House meet and greet space for a few days, asking select guests to participate in a new type of experience. When guests were led into the room to meet Mickey, they were shocked to find that the typically static, silent costumed character had been given an articulated head and the ability to speak.
Thank you. 3 years old?
By this point, articulated character heads had existed at the park for 2 decades. Select costumes allowed performers to control the movement of their character's mouth, using low-tech mechanisms such as their own arms, chin straps, and eventually, squeezable hand levers. In the early 2000s, a new electronic articulated character head debuted, which allowed the performer to activate the opening and closing of the character's mouth with one hand and the blink of the character's eye with the other.
Watching I'm gonna watch Mickey Mouse, so Mickey is older. He definitely is older, but we think he's like, because in modern day culture, SpongeBob is way more popular than Mickey Mouse. But like, always I do think Mickey Mouse might be more.
Both actions were triggered by the simple flick of a finger. In all of these cases, full control of the articulated head was given to the performer inside of the costume, who was almost always puppeteering the mouth to a pre-recorded audio track. The Toontown playtest was immediately different from any articulated characters the guests had seen in the parks up to that point. For one, the performer in the costume was not controlling Mickey's mouth and eyes with their hands. This was being done remotely, similar to the radio-controlled puppetry that was found in shows such as Welcome to Pooh Corner. Second, Mickey was not following a pre-recorded audio track. While never officially confirmed, it appears that this talking Mickey was being performed live by Mickey Mouse's official voice actor, Brett Iwan. The news of the playtest first broke after 2 videos were posted on YouTube. These videos have since been taken down, but while they were live, they garnered thousands of views and were reported on by several fan sites. The leak of these videos might have encouraged Disney to release an official video from the playtest, which they would do alongside a blog post 1 week later. Besides this official footage, only one other video of the experience is still online. In both videos, Mickey speaks to guests in a natural and specific manner. In one clip, he makes direct reference to an outfit that a guest is wearing.
I like your princess shirt.
In another, he makes a perfectly timed, context-specific joke. The real tell that this Mickey is being voiced live is the character's ability to call out guests by name, which can be seen in Disney's official clip. Based on all available evidence, Iwan was present for these playtests and was voicing Mickey remotely in real time. This setup meant that the performer in the costume likely had no idea what Mickey was going to say next, but this was fairly seamless with only a few noticeable mistimings. The limited footage from the playtest documents some amazing interactions, and guests were awestruck by talking Mickey. The setup combined animatronics, costumed characters, and remote puppetry into a new category of experience that fulfilled a common yet lofty dream that park guests had held for decades. What if one day you could go to Disneyland and have a conversation with Mickey Mouse? If the Imagineers could bring Mickey to life for guests on a regular basis, the results would be invaluable, but the stakes were also high. While the living character methods and techniques had evolved in the decades since Mickey's Toon Elevator was developed, the basic problems with a live Mickey meet and greet remained: cost, logistics, and character integrity. The latter was a greater risk than ever with the advent of the internet. By this point in 2010, Disney Parks content was proving to be massively popular on YouTube, for whatever reason. In the past, if there was an incident during a meet and greet, it was a localized error experienced only by a small crowd. But now, any small flub could garner millions of views, and this was with the non-speaking characters. Among the many other problems, the risk of a mistake with a live actor was too high. There was no scenario in which Disney would allow Talking Mickey to become a permanent attraction in this format. So what was the purpose of the playtest? There are likely several questions that the Imagineers hope to answer by putting Talking Mickey in front of park guests, such as, does the remotely operated articulated head work reliably? What do guests talk about with Mickey? What happens if Mickey blinks and the eyes don't go back up and the performer's line of vision is completely cut off? Is Mickey able to hug a child while talking in a way that does not result in his animatronic mouth biting the kid and harming them, or worse, breaking the expensive machine? When the performer looks into the mirror, and rather than seeing their own reflection, they see a picture-perfect Mickey Mouse, who duplicates their movements exactly, yet speaks on his own accord with a voice that is not their own. Does this result in an immediate mental breakdown, or is there a delay? After footage of the playtest surfaced, fan reaction was generally positive. Most people found Talking Mickey to be an awe-inspiring, magical concept, while some found the interaction creepy and worried that it would scare young children.
It's
As
cute!
with any playtest,
That's not creepy. That's cute! Is there an elective person? Possession here? What's up? Buddy! It'll be a fun. I'll be here when you die. It'll be a fun.
there was no guarantee that the experiment would become a permanent attraction, and a Talking Mickey in particular seemed to be a long way off given that Disney was not planning on Mickey being voiced live. But Trowbridge seemed confident in the future of Talking Mickey, saying, quote, "We're always looking for innovative ways to let guests interact with our beloved characters, and we have many more surprises up our sleeves." This was proven to be genuine, as Talking Mickey popped up again less than a year later. On March 4th, 2011, Talking Mickey began testing again in Disneyland, this time outside of his house in Mickey's Toontown. However, this Mickey was not voiced live, a difference that was immediately apparent. The Imagineers decided to integrate another living character method into the meet and greet and made this new version of Talking Mickey a soundboard character, akin to Mr. Potato Head or Roz. The soundboard approach was advantageous in that it mitigated the risks of a live voice actor. It also created an experience with a consistent format. This new Talking Mickey had a format consisting of 4 stages: greeting, question, photo, goodbye. Mickey would begin the interaction by greeting the guest with one of several phrases. He would then ask a simple question, such as, "What have you done at Disneyland today?" After this, he would initiate the photo, which was then followed by one of several goodbyes. This Mickey paled in
sleep well.
comparison to the test from a year prior, and the soundboard appeared to have extremely limited vocabulary. Plus, the interaction being located outside definitely affected the remote operator's ability to properly hear the guest.
Are you having a good time?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
While the downgrade was evident, this was just the starting point. Mickey was the character that came with the most risk, but he also might have been the only one valuable enough to justify the massive amount of work that the Imagineers had ahead of them in order to bring this new type of living character to life. In August of 2011, just 5 months after the Mickey's Porch playtests, Talking Mickey was meeting with guests once again, this time at the D23 Expo. Throughout the multi-day event, Talking Mickey would switch back and forth between the live version voiced by Iwan and the soundboard version. The difference between the two was still obvious, but the soundboard version appeared to have improved significantly since the test on Mickey's Porch. Mickey's vocabulary was slightly more robust, and the question segment was expanded into a play segment, where in addition to asking a question, Mickey could engage guests in a short activity, referred to as a show. An example of this is a segment in which Mickey asked guests to dance with him. Mickey also had new stimulus-driven diversions. These were not autonomous like Destiny, but they did behave in a similar way. For instance,
Like
if the
Destiny,
remote
he's funny.
operator noticed that Mickey was about to meet someone that was dressed as a princess, they had a button that would shift the dialogue during the greeting to address this specifically.
Why, hello there, Your Majesty.
If a guest wanted an autograph, one of the most common activities during a standard meet and greet, the remote operator could fill the play segment with an autograph diversion.
You would like an autograph, but you got it.
The autograph was a multi-stage event, with Mickey having multiple lines for initiating the autograph, signing his name, and handing the paper back to the guest. Something that the Imagineers must have learned during testing was that guests often wanted Mickey to record a video message. To pull this off, the character attendant would very clearly tell Mickey that he was on video, and the remote operator would then trigger one of several dialogue lines that Mickey could say directly into the camera. Many of these new additions to the soundboard are indicative of an aspect of Mickey that we somehow have yet to discuss. We know that Mickey is iconic and valuable. We've talked about how he's kind, emotionally intelligent, and attentive. But there is one characteristic of Mickey that becomes immediately apparent when you make him talk: his stardom. Mickey is your friend, your pal, in the same way that any celebrity is your friend, in that they are not. A friend is someone that you know, and critically, someone that knows you. Mickey does not know you. He also doesn't exist, but even if he did, he would not know you. Mickey is famous. All of the Disney characters are in a way, but Mickey most of all. Because of this, when a guest meets him, the interaction is much closer to a celebrity encounter than it is a reunion between two friends. Guests want Mickey's autograph, they want him to record a video shouting out their friends at home, and when they inevitably drone on for too long and hold up the line, Mickey pulls the classic celebrity get me out of this conversation move, which is of course asking, hey, do you want a picture? This transition from the play segment to the photo segment was critical to the progression and ending of the interaction. Just like with most celebrities, Mickey has a vested interest in both not coming off as rude and trying to exit the conversation as quickly as possible. A photo is transactionary, a service, an artifact that is satisfactory to the guest or fan, and also a clear end to the interaction. This understanding of Mickey's stardom being baked into the soundboard resulted in a much more efficient experience, and thus one that had a better likelihood of making it into the parks. Even with the improvements made to the soundboard, there were still plenty of awkward moments. After taking the photo, guests often didn't exit right away, so as Mickey said goodbye, he had to clearly motion for them to leave, like he was shooing them away. Mickey being on
That's
display
really
was
funny.
also not conducive to the interaction at all, and while waiting in line, guests would see Mickey doing something fun, such as dancing with a guest. Then, when it was their turn, they would ask Mickey directly if they could dance with him as well.
Jump ahead of the booth? No? Okay. Mickey, right!
Because of the way the soundboard was set up, Mickey had to go through the entire dance activity again, of which there was only one song, the hot dog dance, which is the best song and the only one people wanted to do anyways, but all of the dialogue leading up to and following it.
Why can't they just record yes and no? I feel like that's like fundamental, right? You just go, yeah, sure. And you're going, I don't think we're out of time. Unfortunately not. You don't need to just go, great.
Would have to be repeated. Also, not that I ever envy a costumed performer, but it must be particularly difficult to be already exhausted from wearing an animatronic on your head, then having to go do a full dance, then having another family come up only to ask you to dance again, and before you can even catch your breath, the backstage operator goes, guess we're dancing again, boop. You can even see the character attendant and Mickey both hesitate like, we're not dancing again, are we?
You want to do another dance, or... Oh, okay.
Well, it's not up to either of you. Let's dance. Boop, bum, 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 bum.
That's really
I
funny.
don't want to dance. There were plenty of other small issues, such as long delays between lines of dialogue, a lack of proper responses to common questions, and maybe this is just me because I've watched so many of these, but if I have to hear him say cheese one more time, I'm gonna lose it.
Cheese, cheese, cheese.
Sometimes the remote operator would accidentally cue the wrong line of dialogue, such as in this clip, when these kids have fully exited the interaction and Mickey asks them for a hug. And they're like, oh, okay, I guess, yeah, come back in. Or in this clip, when this guy walks up to Mickey, and Mickey says,
How are you?
Sure, let's take another picture.
All right.
dang, Mick, sure you're tired, but this guy deserves the full experience. Don't make me make you dance again. The soundboard was
That's
certainly
really
imperfect
funny.
and needed to be improved. But just as critical, Mickey needed a controlled environment. Not outside on a porch in Disneyland, not on the noisy D23 showroom floor, not even in an existing meet and greet space. If Talking Mickey was going to work as a permanent experience in the park, a space needed to be built to support the interaction. And it probably was not a coincidence that Mickey was already looking for a new home at the Magic Kingdom. On February 11th, 2011, Mickey's Country House closed its door for the final time. Functionally, Magic Kingdom could not go a single day without a Mickey Mouse meet and greet. So while his home was being demolished, Mickey was sent on a tour around the park, meeting guests at random locations wearing a variety of outfits, and often standing on the hot concrete with no shade, like a dang country bear. Or my boy Nemo. Mickey's nomad phase would be short-lived, as Disney was already under construction on a new home for the mouse at the entrance to the park. The Town Square Expo Hall had long been another of Magic Kingdom's now dwindling underutilized spaces. It had originally been home to the Walt Disney Story, a film about Walt Disney's life, narrated by Walt himself using archival audio.
Sometimes I think of myself as a little bee. I go from one area of the studio to another and gather pollen and sort of stimulate everybody.
After the film stopped playing in 1992, various exhibits and rest areas filled the hall. With the demolition of Mickey's Toontown and its meet and greets, Disney had earmarked the space as the future residency of Mickey Mouse. The building would be renamed to the Town Square Theater, and the premise of the meet and greet would be that Mickey was about to go on stage and perform a magic act. The Town Square Theater opened on April 1st, 2011. The new meet and greet had solid theming and a few fun gags that Mickey could interact with. But the experience was nothing groundbreaking, and it was a step down from Mickey's elaborately themed house in Toontown. However, this was not Magician Mickey's final form, as Imagineering had bigger plans for the space. On October 31st, 2011, Disney released a video of Talking Mickey greeting guests at the Magic Kingdom for the first time. A Disney Parks blog post made it clear that this was only a test that would be experienced by a limited number of guests during the Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party. This testing period was maybe the strangest iteration thus far. Upon first glance, it appears as though this is Soundboard Mickey. All of the phrases are generic, and the conversation follows the standard format. But after watching several of these interactions, it appears that this Mickey is actually being voiced live. There are little phrases that don't seem overly specific, but occur way too quickly and are far too perfect to be pre-recorded.
I have one from 30 years ago. I need a new one. I look much older. I doubt it.
After several days of this peculiar testing, Talking Mickey disappeared once again. For the next 2 years, Talking Mickey was not seen outside of a few sporadic tests, all of which appear to be the soundboard version. This absence was likely the result of several factors, such as Imagineers spending time improving the soundboard and Disney focusing on the phased opening of New Fantasyland. But the most important factor might have been the debut of Disney's next-gen technology initiative, now renamed to My Magic Plus. This turned out to be a lengthy and difficult rollout, as the RFID bands, officially named Magic Bands, were tested and integrated into every park and hotel.
I remember these. I remember these bands. I never got one, but I saw commercials for them. But my memory, LA hated these then. They thought they were so clunky and everybody didn't like them. Super fun to use. They talking about like a boy, what is it, Grand Blue? Again, I got you. Play one more anyway. Here, my nay. Wish I may, I wish I might. Wish I wish tonight. Yeah. If you walk. Yeah. 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 Meaning to do is go put up my bowl. Then go do that. And I'll decide then, so I'll be right back. It's the last time though. I'll be back the last time. In 1 second. It said not to get food. I think I'm good. When I got ahead and fuck with the funk land there, though. Maybe some vtuber on that. Be some vtuber, no matter. It's gonna be chill, just chatting times for right now. We chillin'. That shit's cold. Yeah, I'm freezing. Look at that. What's that, Hush? Is stuck in here. Bong. It's the other way. Mode. Yeah. I move it, and I move it. Misery chapter 4, Red Dead 2. Oh, dude. That 3 is like one of my favorite chapters in that game, but like the camp is like my least favorite camp in the entire game. Is it in here? I am doing VTuber homework. It is here. Okay. You can... It's just gonna be Eliza's chatting for a bit until I get this sim done. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I like slapped myself. That's weird, I'm sorry. I thought I did. Mid hit the 1988 pistols. Those are really good. Those are like the best pistols in the game. I don't really like using the pistols because the revolvers make me feel like a cowboy. But they are really good. You can grab with a purple grip or a plain grit, and you make it gold, and you get like a gangster gun. With me rip and then nickel-colored barrel. Night room, so this room was probably rock press and tag time. Alrighty. It's just gonna be a chill day today, so I work on some stuff. Fellas remain. What's up, Farina? No, I'm here. I'm not AFK, I'm just not looking at chat right now. So I'm working on something in the background. Yes, it is VTuber homework day, but I'm not AFK. I'm not AFK, I'm here. I'm working on stuff. Well. I mean, I guess I could do... We sure how that's okay with that. Move those to down and be. I suppose. Imagine and big mouths. And gobbledygooks. You know. Some stuffity boom. You know. That'd be people with the pumps. You know what I'm saying? You pick it over and put it down. Some yeah? I mean, fill out my silly noises. I'm not bound to mute him, then. No, you don't like my silly noises? But I like my silly noises. I'm kind of trying to find Angelo Ferrante. No. Let's do this, eh? Welcome to my bronze-eye, as they say. You know. What's up, Deadman? Dabba 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 dabba. Thank you. Rug me. Oh, okay. I see. Hold on, give me 1 second. I have returned. Looks neither. Still not. I see a bounty in roads, then I will bounty hunt. I'm going to achieve a bounty in roads. Good luck. Run out. Well, is open in that program. No, who framed this? I can delete this. Wait. I hit the wrong button. Go. Load out champ. look at it. The shop thing, but I guess not. Ugh. Oh, so these are just not in the right folder. Okay. Ooh. 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 Better. Plan for ooh, ooh. Sit busy. Oh, oh, oh. That's it. It's done. But I need to do now. What you see here? Man. You. Ooh, and deleted. Okay. Well, these are movie deleted. Okay. Delete. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. This background. I unlock that. Yeah. This is back. Yeah. That. Delete that. Delete that. Why are we so down? Makes you close. It's get personal, no? Yeah. Right, there's 7 days of the week. Need to make 7 months. Yes. You look at how the people live. Ooh. Well, you do yours differently. Ooh, let's see how you do yours. Oh, I see. Right, well, right. You know, we know how. This way. So, we need to do a hex block. Ooh. 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 He's also neat. Well, the colors we've got here, these are not correct colors. So we'll go into here. We'll change the miles. Here. Why was so pixelated too? It's not supposed to be pixelated. Well, hey. It's not. Yeah. You. Here. Yeah. You. Why is it pixelated? What is going on? Why is it so... What? No. Well, look then. Why is it so small? No one at the back for a hole. Use data. There you go. Some files are missing. Alright, gross. No, don't do that. What am I put this font? No, I have this font because I've used it before. This guy? Look. Oh. Why am I missing fonts? What is happening? Why am I missing fonts? Okay. Missing fonts. Ooh. We should capture it and claim the bounty for Mark Johnson. Oh, that's a sad one. I like Mark Johnson. Never really didn't run into Mark Johnson again. Well then, do that thing I'm telling you to do. Why is it so difficult to add fonts? Can I not just install them all? Might really have to do these one by one. I guess I have to do these one by one. Oh, my toggles went off. I didn't even notice. No, as my toggles went off. This one has been captured after flame. You're so early. Why are they all just in their own fires? Beneath four. Ah. Let it. Like, sure didn't. Okay. It's cold in there. Very cold. Be that way. We'll be a problem later. Take those cash. What I'm doing right here. Waiting for Fiore to send me again. What about... Here, check DMs. I sent you a message in DMs. Here's my Chrome logic. What happened to my Chrome? There's the music. Pala the safe bonds. No, it works. Cool. So I just need to go out there and reinstall all these fonts. What? Alright. I'm Steven. You can try it, sending the Mac version. Yeah. Listen, you, I don't know. There. Yeah. Listen to all the fonts I was missing. Love that. Love when things just break, you know? That for... Yeah. Why did it break? What do you mean? That is not... Yeah. Banana sound. Misha, what are we doing here? You feel like there's It works with those ones, but I can't get that blunt to this one. Whatever. Make no, come on. No, come on. No, what are we doing? Photoshop, what are we doing? No. There we go. Good job, Photoshop. Good job. Cool. No. Yeah. I finished image. There. I like this. Still have... No, okay. Ma. Thank you. Ah, it's not pixely. Okay, never mind. Yeah, never lie. Lyric accent, right? Fit the normie. The cyclic buttons. Let's pick these buttons and let's do what I'm telling you to do. Oh, and I'm Crow. Hello. Ooh, hey, Dying. Phone it. Okay. I mean, why did it make it giant? Well, Asha made it giant. Let him say that. Fully wicked and cool it, I don't. Perfect. Minus Wawa. Well, full time. So was wait for. I just need to say sorry. How long have I been muted? Wow. I had been talking to myself this entire time. Well, not that long. I just sneezed. And that didn't mute. Okay, so we're in. Doing him as long as I thought it was. It might have been like a couple minutes. I just forgot to unmute after I sneezed. Which, it happens. It's skin. Want to make this box transparent? How do I do this? Wait, what? Maybe I know how I did it. Okay, so this needs to go away. I did it this way. I was like, how did I do that? You're gonna get rid of... I'm doing? I'm working on some vtuber homework. That's what I'm doing. I'm working on my schedule. Actually. My schedule asset. Anything else I need to include on here? I don't think so. Just need to put the full dates. We need 7 days. In the text to go ahead, okay. Frame this. And string. Yeah, I can't tell. Get it. We just make a new one. No. Give me a lot. Hey, you. Appreciate it. ETA. You know? There. Getting real close to the end of the game, actually. Yeah, that's all I told you. Yeah, so can I do this, please? Thank you. Oops, I just didn't listen to me. Cool. Ooh, actually, that car looks nice. Baidu's again? Oh, I know how I did it. Doesn't kerosene. Yeah, that's what we want. Thing. I don't want to do that. Balloons. Yes. We go. That's nice new. Look at that. Here. Does he control thee? Does he control thee? Hey, why are we not duplicating? I'm telling you to do something. Copy. Duplicate layer. Here we go. Nice. Nice when you listen to me, not computer. I really appreciate it. It really helps me out. Why was it not copying? No! No, 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 no! Stop it! What are we doing? Let me see if these are too big. Blah. Please spell too thing. Oh, yeah. This put so much work into getting us right. scream, I'm gonna scream. I don't want to go out ignorant. Need to be that. Again. I'm gonna scream. And I'm gonna scream. Scream my lungs out forevermore. Oh, this is Emma. Was it just going to be too vague? I'm gonna lose my mind. It's just too vague. I guess I can move this like right here, maybe? Getting nine.
late to rest on Mary's lap is sleeping, whom angels greet with anthems sweet, while the good shepherds watch our King. What child is this? What child is this? So bring him incense and gold, and the compassion king to own him. King of kings, salvation bring. Let loving hearts enthrone. What child is this? 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 Oh, raise his song on high. His mother sings a lullaby. Joy, oh joy, for Christ is born, their babe, the Son of Mary. What child is this?
What are you three doing at the top? Get down here.
What child is this? What child? Yeah, yeah. What child is this? Ooh, what child is this? What child is this?
Be so far ahead. Why are you so far ahead? You're supposed to be in line with everybody else. That's how this works. Yeah. Look at me.谢谢。您可以来一次的。Hey. Hey, why are we not listening? 이번엔 Irrachi the Yakuza 자살을 rendered too. Am I sleep off? I denied that. Then yeah, I'm gonna play Borderlands next. I just don't know where I'm gonna start it. I got some stuff I really have to finish, like the thing I'm working on right now. Wait. But can I ask you for my schedule? I post my schedule week by week in the Discord, and this will just make it more formal and official and stuff like that. Oh, look nicer. I'm just trying to figure out. Trying to get feedback from some people, but EO means not responding. This email respond. Okay. Never liked that my color scheme is very ketchup and mustard coated. Or McDonald's coated. Y'all think that's funny? And the McDonald's colors. Red and yellow. The red and yellow color scheme I got. Ooh. see. Back quick enough. What's happening there? I really like that. That's adorable. Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, but yeah, wow. Yeah. Saves the colors you need actually reflect. Oh, cutie. There's like any love in it. Something like that. This is real cute. I like this. See this down. Yes, sure. Yes. Here to books. That's doggy. I love that. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. That is so cute. I love it so much. Okay, that's perfect. That's so perfect. I love it. Okay, cool. I actually think I'm gonna go ahead and head out here because I need to take a shower and go to bed. I have to be up early in the morning. Ugh, I think I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna take a shower and stuff like that. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, but I'll be back tomorrow. I still don't know what the plan is tomorrow either. You will see. This week is gonna be a bit of a kind of hectic week. This week is gonna be a bit of a hectic week, and I don't know the plan because a lot of stuff is happening when you're young, and kind of new boss they have isn't really the smartest or the greatest. So I don't know when some things will happen and when some things won't happen. Yes, I'm gonna train tomorrow. What the plan is for this week, or when I'll stream, stuff like that. I'll figure it out. And I'll sit in it and stuff like that. But we hope y'all enjoy. That's all. Even though I did like a bunch of work today. Just how I do. Always working, I never stop working. It's just, that's the Tali way. Yes. I hope y'all have fun, y'all enjoyed and stuff like that. I didn't yapper, we know those. Yes, I'm gonna go bed. I love you so much. I mean, bye. Never see.